Good morning, folks. This is your host, NCommander, and hopefully everything is working for once. So you can see here that we are on the RS6000 Model 140. I don't think I've actually shown this machine on stream before. And can I just get a mic check? Because, you know, I decided I was going to stream 40 minutes ago, and this is the first time I've used the scaler since I've reworked the office. Or, well, you know, what is becoming my office, essentially. So, yeah. Yeah, okay, I can see it myself. It looks like everything is good. So, as you can see here, this is very... If you saw my video on running Doom on AIX, this is very similar. It's probably too small for you to see on YouTube, but this is in PowerPC 604E at 200 megahertz. It has 128 megabytes of RAM, disk drive, integrated Ethernet, onboard SCSI. The hardware isn't super interesting except for the graphics card. Windows NT was... Okay, so clipping a little. Let me just turn it down slightly. I kind of get a slightly better issue. Problem is when I'm on the streaming desk, I have to reach over to the desktop to work with the settings. So, alright. So, what makes this interesting is that this machine is technically too new to run Windows NT. But it is a prep-based system, so I just tried it, and, well, I'll just show you how far the installation got. Oh, that went very yellow. It's not supposed to be yellow. But let's just boot up. So the reason that, Windows NT was only supported for about a year on PowerPC. It was supported in NT 3.5.1 and on the original release of NT 4, as you can see here. So it runs through the first step, you know, it gets this far. So it ran through the entire text mode installation. It sits here for a while, and then it will restart setup. So, and there we go. So the biggest thing is that the graphics card that this machine had, which was a GTX, I think it was a GTX 6000, I have it sitting over there, was incompatible with NT. It would actually throw a very unusual blue screen, but it started the setup up. So, wait, what's our regularly scheduled technical difficulties? So, did something break? So yeah, you can see we get here. I haven't run the install further than this, and let's do a poll. Do we want to start the install from the beginning? Restart install from beginning. Like, I'm assuming folks are gonna want to see this from the beginning, but I might as well ask because it is a little bit unique on how it does this. All right, let's give that a minute to come on in, because all the RISC-based variants of NT use something called ARC, and you have to go through quite a few hoops. Like, on this system, I actually have to use a boot floppy. All prep-based systems had to use boot floppies. Solaris for PowerPC is the same way, which is something we may actually get to see on actual hardware. Assuming it survives shipping, I will have one of the machines that should be able to run it. I hope. If not, it'll be a cool Motorola PowerPC machine. Okay, yeah. So I think most of you want to see the install from scratch. So let me just show you the one thing that I noticed. On the R6000, there's a reset button here right on the front. And if I push it, you get this cursed BSOD. That is PowerPC bug check dumping out onto the console. So yeah, it's not 100% supported, and we'll see more signs of that, but I almost want to pull out the kernel debugger and actually hook it up. So alright, let's turn it off, and then the scaler, yep, there's the scaler telling me there's no, and then it'll take quite a bit of time to actually start. So I gotta put the floppy in. We might actually have to boot into... We may have to just run the first step of the AIX install, depending on how annoying this wants to be. I've got the CD setting next to me. If this works, this machine will be... I'm hoping to have this machine at VCF East in April. originally I bought the first RS 6000, the one I did Doom on, to run NT on it, but that machine turned out to be too new. Then this machine showed up at VCF, and I grabbed it, and it also turned out to be too new, but not so new enough that I couldn't tinker it into at least starting, because this is still a prep-based machine. I have to hit F1 here, because I got to tell it to start off the floppy. Okay. So, and like all RS6000s, they take forever and a day to boot, although these are not as bad as some of the earlier ones. So, boot. Alright, so we want to go boot. Oh, there we go, clock. Okay, and then... Oh, I guess I must have changed the order last time I was in here. Okay, so, now let's let it run. Oh, you have to double-click, that's weird. Yeah, this machine, when we get into the setup phase, this will be identified as an RS6000 E30. I actually, a few years ago, I took apart the NT installer and tech setup. Apparently all the IBM machines actually share one HAL. The only difference is if it's a uniprocessor or multiprocessor, although the hardware to run multiprocessor Windows NT must... You're probably talking single-digit sales numbers. Like, I can't imagine anyone outside of a couple of government agencies bought one of those. Because NT4 was not a popular platform for NT4 was not popular on PowerPC. I mean, it only got Service Pack 2. I don't know why this is going yellow. It wasn't doing that before. So, what we gotta do here... So this is loading up the ARC environment. And this should be blue. I think I just gotta turn the machine entirely off. So, installation, setup services, simple setup. Initialize first drive and install. We are absolutely sure. Put the ARC floppy in. And it is. So I do have some interesting bits of software that I will do a proper stream on this. Like, I really want to explore this in depth because seeing Windows NT run on a PowerPC box is a dream of mine. At one of my very first jobs, they had RS6000s, and I actually managed to get my hands on one of them when they were decommissioned. And you know, they were going out to the trash. The hard drives were gone. I never got it running, and as it turns out, the machine was too new for it anyway. But this has like been a childhood dream to see this. Yep. When I had it going earlier, so entire disk format now is one. So this is a really neat, weird thing. The ARC installation program, you have to have a dedicated boot partition. It's very similar to the EFI system partition on modern systems. I have suspected that ARC and EFI had the same designers. It's only due to copyright, I suspect, it never got reused for Itanium. So we're going to do 2 drives because I think we're going to want to be on NTFS. Okay. I'm actually going to just do a full power down because I'm a little worried about that graphics card. It was being flaky earlier, so I'm kind of worried that this graphics card's on its last leg. Okay, so let me turn this off. 3, 2, 1. Alright. So now that the ARC bootloader is on the hard drive, I can take the floppy out. Alpha has it burned into firmware. Some PowerPC machines can also have it burned into firmware. The PowerStack ones can have it, as I understand it. The RS6000s always needed a boot floppy, even the very rare Power Series 860. Incidentally, I don't know if he's in chat, but someone on my Discord very much... I don't know why it keeps asking me to select this console. I suspect this firmware has problems with that graphics card, because the graphics card's like 2 years younger than this system. It's probably wondering why it's in there. Okay. The other reason I want to check this out and try and get this working is at some point I'd love to see emulation for the little Endian PowerPC operating systems, NT4 and Solaris PowerPC. Cume can't run them. It dies somewhere very early in the boot process. Okay, now it's Cyan. You know, I'm not even going to question it. Okay, use ARC in US English, and I believe it's run a maintenance program, and now I need to run PPC setup loader, if I remember correctly. It's going to stay in this palette. It was in the correct palette when I turned the system on. That's a little cursed. I'm not going to lie, chat. That is actually cursed. I wonder if the scaler is having a heart attack. That is just... like, it's... No, like, the first time I tested this, because, like, I already did this step. It was correct. It was blue background, white text. Oh, okay, there we go. Windows NT 4 version 4, one system processor, 128 megabytes of memory. There we go. All right, so... This, I have the workstation disk. I probably will reinstall this next time we pull this machine out to put server on it. But workstation's what my copy of server is a back office copy, and my back office doesn't actually have the files. They left the PowerPC port off it. So yeah, so the machine gets this is what's officially supported. The Power Series 68115 is the holy grail. That is the one model. I have heard that it will run on the 6020, but that is the machine that will run IBM OS2 for PowerPC. The first three here will all run Solaris for PowerPC. These two were the last ones that IBM supported. I believe that this model came out in '95. What I have sitting in my mailbox, and how I'm going to get it to this apartment is going to be very interesting. I have a Motorola Power Stack too. Yeah, I got confirmation it came today. And if it works and it survived, that will be a follow-up stream. Like, so let's just leave that as it is. Everything else here is fine. No valid, so this is new. No valid system partitions are defined on this computer, or all system partitions are full. Windows NT requires 750 kilobytes of disk space. Oh, it actually... System partitions are created by a manufacturer-supplied configuration program. You can use a program called ARC install, which is supplied on the Windows NT CD-ROM. Well, something went wrong. Windows NT has not been installed. Chat, we got further the first time. I might actually have to install AIX on this thing again, just to put it back into a known good configuration. It's like, is it really that stupid? It is booting. I'm watching the... there's an LED here. It's too small to see on camera. But it's counting up. It's just taking its sweet time about it. I don't know what you could actually, like... I suppose if you really want to, I mean, the embedded version fits in 10 megabytes. Let me hit F1 here. Actually, no. Let's go into the prep screen. What did I do wrong? I might really have to install... Yeah, I might have to actually, like, it might have gotten completely screwed up because I reran setup on it. Like, I don't have the ARC floppy and it's still booting off the hard drive. Well, it's in the right color. Chat, we're making progress. It's in the right color. Okay. Well, I spoke too soon. Alright, so... Yeah, so what is it? So it's defective. It is correctly identifying the model here. It's running at a very low resolution. Like, something is... Yeah, that's all fine. Setup installation services. We already ran that. Like, we have an ARC partition here. I think it's broken. Like, maybe, you know what? I'm just going to, you know what? I'm just going to blow away the entire thing. I'm going to let AIX run its first stage install. If that's what it's going to take, that's what it's going to take. I know I have the disk right here. Because I keep, let's see here. Here we go. And we'll just use that. Oh, well, if I hit the machine reset, it also just crashes. Oh boy, this... Oh, you know, I just realized I have a copy of NT351 Workstation here. I must have wrote this out for a completely different project. I don't know if it has the PowerPC port on it. Not all copies do, though. Okay. No, there's no ARC installed. This version has an ARC floppy, and that's what I did with selecting the two partitions. I'm not going to install AIX. I'm just going to let it blow away the partition. I mean, I could try it one more time. Like, I can put the disk in and put this in and then let it do, but like, chat, we tried that. I think it's reading garbage data. It's garbage in, garbage out. So, F1 here. Okay. Like, I don't even think there's ARC install on the CD, though. Like, it's always setup loader. I'll try it. I will just try it so, in case, you know, just so I know for the future. And I will put we'll boot from disk. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I hear it booting from the floppy. First, I put the workstation disk away. Now I gotta find it again. Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah, this is fun. Yeah, I've had Dr. Shuppet. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the problem, because this is the same exact installer as the NT41, and apparently it has been garbage since day one. Like, I remember having to use fdisk when setup loader. Oh, look, it's changed colors again. Like, I don't think there's an ARC install on the disk, but we'll try it. Alright, so run maintenance program, cd ppc ARC install. No such file directory. And that just crashed it. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm dealing with a very well-built product. This is good, chat. This is really going well. All right, you know, I'm just going with plan A. I'm going with the original plan A here because I know plan A will probably work, or at least be funnier. I don't think there's Arch install. Like, you know, where would I even be able to look at the desk? No, because when I did it, I used setup loader. Like, there, you know what? How do I want to do this? I can't easily get on the NAS at the moment because the NAS is currently doing something else completely unrelated. Well, I mean, that's fair, and I understand the voting no. No, I think we just need to nuke it. At this point, I'm just going to install the first. The machine just turned on, and I have no graphics. All right, hold on. Yeah, for some reason this turned on and the console did not. That's not a good sign. Yeah, if you want to throw the disc in and take a look, but I don't know why I didn't get a console on that boot up. Which may mean that this graphics card is in fact dying. Come on. Uh-oh. I might have to get a serial console cable out. I think something might. Well, it's not far enough into the boot process. Just wait. Oh, there we go. God, I feel like I'm tempting fate with this. I thought the other RS6000 was temperamental. This one's worse. Granted, this one had a dead hard drive when I got it, and it had been in use. I know the history on this machine. This machine was in use even longer than the other one. Well, I shouldn't say in use. Let's just say this one's had a very glorious and fascinating life. All right, so I should have the AIX disk in there. So let's change the boot order so you boot off the hard drive last. Okay. So there is, yeah, so there is no ARC install. That's what I thought. Well, Zaki, I don't know if I'm saying that right. We did try Next Step for Solaris, and it was hilariously painful. Yeah, Next Step had a very short-lived PA RISC port. I actually don't know what was on the market last time. NT for PowerPC or Next Step for PA RISC. It was apparently somewhat popular with older Spark stations because Next Step kept it alive for a long time. Like, Apple was still supporting it right up until they killed the product line with Rhapsody. Okay, so, yep, okay, that's AIX kernel starting up. Ah, the glorious green screen. Like, all that processing power to make a green screen. Yeah, alright, we'll just let AIX nuke. We'll just let it install the very basics. So, F1 for this to be the system console. We're not going to do the full AIX install. I'm just going to let it copy file. I won't even let it copy files. It literally just has to make the journal. Okay, English, start with default settings. Cool. I always love this message. If you use system key to select service mode, turn the system key to normal mode. Because there were IBM machines that you actually would have to rotate the key to service mode to bring it into single user mode. Yep, there it is, making paging logical volume. Alright, so we'll let that run for a little bit. We did some work with... I've actually managed to compile Rhapsody from source. Not Rhapsody from source. Darwin 0.10.3. I did that with NeoZ many years ago. I kind of want to do an encore of that because that was like my first real large-scale project. Like, I had done Xenix prior to that, but that was more software masochism than anything else. Like, I had to go through pain because I had to replace missing drivers. Okay, now it's forming the JFS log. Yeah, okay. Honestly, I am tempted to actually let it run the install through restoring base operating system. Okay, I mean, how long could it take? That's not temp fate. So NT was originally started on what was the name of that platform? It was i860. It was then ported to MIPS. Then it was ported to x86. for NT 3.1. Right at the end of 3.1, it got an alpha port for Compact as part of the settlement for allegedly taking trade secrets over Alpha and VMS. After that, it then got the PowerPC port in 3.5.0, but it was formally released with 3.5.1. Have you seen my video on that? I did an entire video on running pinball on Itanium. I kind of think I am actually going to let it run this entire install do I want? You know what? I'm going to take take advantage of democracy. Do we let AX run the first stage install? So chat's kind of divided on this tonight. Like, although I'm amazed that 64 of you are awake at 2 in the morning. 2:20 my time, really, but still. Like, there's watching paint dry, and then... Okay, so apparently we're watching paint dry tonight. I wonder if we're going... See, so... Assuming we can actually get it installed, I have the Norrin desktop for Windows version 1.0. It's even network compatible, and this should be able to run 16-bit Windows applications. I am tempted, and you know what? It will work on IBM AT PS2, 286s and up, or 100% compatibles with Windows 3.0 or later. I am tempted to crack the shrink wrap on this thing. Maybe for a charity stream, or maybe for some fundraiser goal, but I would be really tempted to see if we could run Norrin desktop on this thing. Okay. Definitely still making, definitely still going. Yeah, I would say Norrin, I never used it back in the day. I would probably want to use a later one. So this one was it was a donation to the channel, but it was kind of an oops donation. It was something that was supposed to go to someone else, and they couldn't accept it, so they just offered it to me. So they asked me, and so they basically wanted me to use it for something, and it's been sitting on my shelf because... You know, it's the first version of Norrin Desktop. Okay. It's interesting seeing the chat lag, because I asked that question a few minutes ago from my perspective, and it's only now just getting answers. I semi-regret letting this, giving, you know, that we're going to be sitting here for a while, but okay, so be it. All right, end poll. Nah, you know, I'll just sit here. I'm doing good. Like, I was just taking what's, you know, the problem is I've been so tied up for the last 3 months that I barely have any time to work on my YouTube channel. Like, I really had to make the time that I have made, and it's... Like, normally when I would do a stream like this, I would have already tested at least parts of it. I've had all the software ready to go, and I've had this sitting on my desk for a while, knowing that I need to test this, because I think I teased the video card to Patreons, I don't know, probably a month ago at this point. So, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm going to be awake at 2 in the morning. There's a really big planet out there. There's got to be other people who are interested in this at 2 in the morning. I will tell you that this is the third CD-ROM drive I have put in this system. Yeah, I'm regretting letting democracy decide this, but okay, so be it. Because what I want to do, assuming this works, what I want to do at VCF, and maybe I'll live stream this entire project because it's good for me to talk it out. Because the reason I'm testing this now is while the deadline I think is in March, I'd rather get the registration form in now. And what I would like to do is I'd actually like to put Doom for AIX running on this thing, ported to PowerPC. There's no technical reason that I could think of why I couldn't get Chocolate Doom running on this. Like, it's not like it's SDL 1.2. It's not that complicated. I should even have DirectX. Oh yeah, that's actually a good question. Do I actually have DirectX? If I don't have DirectX, that gets a little harder, but there are other source ports out there. I could definitely get it running. Yeah, I had AIX installed on it when I got it working the first time, so I think it's likely, it was likely the ARC installer is a piece of garbage. Yeah. So, okay. Because at this point, I could probably just hit the reset button and it would be fine. As soon as it gets off chat, I'm mulling it. I'm staring at the reset button. Could STL 1.2? I guess 1.2 could do, like, I can't imagine it would be that hard to get 1.2 running on NT4. It may have even run natively. Like, NT4 had a remarkably long service life. The largest problem is that the PowerPC, the Visual C++ for Risk Edition, I don't actually have it on hand. I'm going to have to look for this one because the PowerPC edition was unique. So now I'm just going to stare it down for a bit longer, because I like kind of mulling it. So, essentially, if I wanted to get Chocolate Doom running on this machine, I'd have to find server. Well, I found Service Pack 2. The problem is that it's going. I think at the rate it's downloading, it'll be done sometime by next year. It's on some old mirror of like blah. No, sorry. I think I found that one on IA. I used to have the physical CDs, but I don't know where they are. I probably never had Service Pack 2 though, so. The 140 was a prep machine, so there were multiple boot standards for PowerPC. And I am excluding very early ones. The very early ones had the pre-execution PowerPC, or I forgot what is it? Anyway, it was called Prep. It had problems. It got replaced with Chirp, which brought open firmware to the platform. And then Apple based both the Old World and New World Macs on open firmware for use with Copeland. The Prep machines were only on the market from 95 to 96, and there was very few of them. And NT only runs on a Prep machine and officially only supports a very small handful of the Prep machines that shipped. It was not officially supported on this machine, but as it at least partially starts. It's not so much lack of progress bar as lack of actual activity. The only reason we know it's not frozen is that the elapsed time counter is going up. Because this installer was probably written for an IBM green screen terminal. Actually, maybe not, because this is called the LFT, low function terminal. But it was written probably from spinning from tape. PowerPC reference platform, thank you. And then Chirp is common hardware reference platform, isn't it? And then they both got replaced. Yeah, it's still spinning. I don't remember how long this took last time I did it. Like, this is paint drying. Yeah, the other one is just a 150. I have to admit that I did see a 40p. It was just the motherboard that I've been tempted to grab off eBay. It's from a reseller. They want a fair bit of money for it, which is annoying, but a 40p would let me do a couple of neat things. I could try PowerPC OS2, assuming PowerPC OS2 probably will choke because the processor, it probably will only run on a 601 or a 603. But it might start. If I could try, at some point, it won't be a tonight thing, I could try Solaris. No, I did try Solaris for PowerPC on this thing when I first got it. But I had an incompatible video card, so maybe that's why it hung. Maybe it did actually try, although... Oh, no, it's still restoring base operating system. I thought the prompt changed. Okay, I'm going to stretch my legs for a moment, and if this is still going, I'll hit the... If it hasn't changed, then I will hit the reset button when I come back, so give me a minute. Alright, I'm back. It's still going. Screw it, I'm hitting the reset button. Oh well. Alright, that's fine. I'm going to be annoyed if this still doesn't work, then maybe I should have let it run all the way through, but we'll see. Alright. No, we're going to completely erase the file system. Like, I literally was just trying to get the boot partition table off that thing. And hopefully it works. Like, actually, I should see what happens when it... Well, hopefully it works. Oh, you know, it might be bad NVRAM. I might have actually had to let AIX install all the way. Well, fuck. We'll find out. Alright, hit F1. Boot. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's gonna boot off that. I will say the floppy drive on this thing is exceptionally slow. Although I don't think it's as bad as the one on the next station. Oh boy. One on the next station just took forever. I probably could clear the NVRAM by holding the reset button, although that may only be on later ones. Let's see here. Petro, you're going to try and run GTK3 on AIX. I can't think of a technical reason why it wouldn't work, although I have no idea if AIX Windows can handle what it needs. Although I assume someone's probably reported GTK3. Well, maybe not. Maybe GTK3 has gained some Unixisms. Okay, so this is looking correct. So installation and service menu. Advanced setup. Disk management. Here we go. Create ARC boot partition. I'll make it 8 megabytes. Created. Load boot software from boot disk in drive A. This is probably what I had to do the first time, but you know what? It's fine. This is learning. I've got IRIX hardware. Oh, IRIX. I don't know what the right way to say it is. All right, so reading bootloader. I really need to get my... I have to do something with the video toaster. Like, it's just been sitting there gathering dust. I at least should use it as an Amiga 4000. I just gotta get a hard drive in it, but working on that machine drives me up a wall. Okay, boot software. Alright. Create FAT or system partition. So we created the boot partition. So can we just start the setup process now? System services, that's fine. View MBR. Yeah, notice the interesting thing how the drive paths are multi-SCSI disk R disk. Like, you know, that's the same thing you see in boot.ini because NT-loader. Yeah, okay, this looks like this is good to go. So return to main boot menu. So can I just do... Hey, look, the colors are right. Well, I guess you guys didn't hear it. This machine has a startup chime. I don't have the audio plugged in because I'm still reworking this entire home office, you know, the entire streaming. Like, I still got more work I gotta do on the desktop. This is the first time, like, I now have everything properly cabled. The only thing I have to move now is the mic. I have everything in a semi-permanent location. It's a lot nicer than it used to be for me, which is why I can do this in the middle of the night. All I had to do was move the camera to the other tripod. What happened? I saw it flicker, and now we've got no signal. I think it panicked, but I don't know how. Oh, you know what? It probably has to boot off the hard drive. Like, I vaguely remember that being a thing you actually have to do. A 4000T, okay, I'm a little... granted, I have no actual use for it, but, I mean... Yeah. It showed the boot text. I did see that. The problem, you know, like, I would love to do something with IRIX. I have to think about that one. The problem with IRIX is the operating system is the least interesting part of it. It's really just a System 5 port. It's what was IRIX machines were used for that's so fascinating. Right now. Oh, nope. No, they can't boot off that CD, so it should be fine. Okay. Boot. So now I want you just to boot off the hard drive. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, starting software. So hopefully you'll go into ARC. I don't know what it means that the colors are not right. What is that color scheme? That is like some hot mustard. That is some ridiculous hot mustard. Sorry, I think I stopped talking because it was just burning my eyes too much. You know, it's an inverted hot dog stand. Okay. Input 2. Oh, there's the kernel screen. And so close and yet so far away. I feel like we're getting closer to this. Okay. This isn't officially supported. I actually do think we're going to have to try and install AIX. And after AIX is booted, we try this again. This is good to get the bugs out now. Yeah, it's dying pretty early in NT Loader. I have some ideas of what's going on now. All right, let's let it. The problem, what makes it really annoying, is how long the reboot time is. Okay, so I think what we've learned today is that the Arc installer is a little possessed. Like, this is failing in ways I didn't know. Like, this is non-deterministic failure, which makes me wonder if I've got bad memory. You know, the problem, the thing is, at some point, people at Microsoft know I exist, and someone's going to ask me some really hard questions. Like, why do I do this to myself? And I will note that this machine is in quote-unquote fast mode as far as I know. Look, at least as far as I know, this machine was not... look, it's not as cursed as the 486. The 486 is... Granted, it shares a shelf with the 486. It's neighbors with the 486. Okay. So when it boots up the floppy, the colors are correct. Okay. So let me do maintenance and installation. Let's do simple setup. Puts a standard fat partition. Room will be left. Okay. We want to do first, we are absolutely sure Arc floppy is in there. Could I attach a COM port? Not super easily. Time and date should be fine because that's already booted like that. Like, I can change it once on the next reboot when it copies over. Like, I'll set it back to 1995. Okay, partition created and loaded. 2 drives. Formatting system partition. Set up installation from CD. Well, it's the right color. CD-ROM drive is spinning up. Like, it almost looks correct. I mean, granted, I did it to myself. I had it working. Okay. There's the boots message. You know, I'm just going to wait. Let's give it a full... I'm going to give it... Let me pull a stopwatch. I'm going to give it 2 minutes. Because we did get... You know, I'm going to give it 1 minute. Let's just see if anything happens. But my general feeling is it probably isn't doing anything. Or it's going out on the wrong console. Like, it's not frozen like the numlock, caps lock, and scroll... Well, scroll lock doesn't, but the other ones do. So, Yeah, it's definitely not frozen. It says no signal. I mean, I could try plugging it in directly. How many? I can't do that very easily. This scaler has worked with basically everything else, and we've already seen this successfully start. Like, we actually got into the installer last time we tried it. So you know what? I think we're gonna do the AIX thing again. I think. Let's see here. No, other OSs can write to it. Yeah, I got past this point on stream. I didn't think it was gonna be this temperamental. Like this is like properly this is properly cursed computing. I do love the fact that there is an Apple computer copyright when you start this machine up. Okay, come on. From what I know, that this basically there was no customers for this. I don't think there was any. The only software that I know was there was maybe a port of SQL Server, and I want to say maybe a copy of Exchange 4, maybe 5.0. Okay. All right, so this is going to boot back into AIX. And then we're just going to let AIX run the very first step. Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, it was part of the AIM Alliance. Apple, IBM, and Motorola basically were going to take on the Windows monopoly. And that was going to be the goal of Workspace OS, where you had one operating system to rule them all. And then you'd have personalities. One would be for Taglint, Taglint, and another one would be for AIX. Another one would be NT. It's never completely certain how it all was supposed to work, but that was how it was supposed to work. Okay. I wonder if it's getting confused over the system console. That's another thing I'll check next time we are in SMS. Yeah, the electrolytics might be on their last legs. Like I said, I haven't used this system super extensively. Although there's very few electrolytics in the system. It's almost all tantalum caps. So, like, I have looked at it on the inside. And I could boot it into service mode, and we could run the full system diagnostics if we have to. I'd actually have to have AIX on the hard drive for that, though. Yeah, I will as soon as we get this reformatted and such. But we got past that time and date thing on stream. Like, that shouldn't be the issue. It is known that OS2 for PowerPC is on a mock kernel. Whether it's the same mock kernel they intended to use for Workspace OS or whatnot is completely unknown. Like, I have never taken a very close look at IBM for OS2. I always have met IBM for OS2. OS2 for PowerPC. Chat. The words coming out of my mouth, they mean for things, right? Like, I'm not just talking gibberish, right? Did it take this long last time just spinning, or did something new break? Like, I don't remember it taking this long last time. The DSC 301 is my scaler. That's the scaler saying it's not getting anything. Chat, I don't think it got this far. I think... oh, audio slipping. Okay, hold on. All right, I just turned the mic down a little bit. Chat, I think something looks like it might be broken. Like, there is a cursor spinning here. I see it spinning. But I don't remember it taking this long last time. Okay. 5, 4. I just turned it off. 3, 2, 1. Like, maybe it's on the wrong system console. Maybe it is trying to use serial. That would actually probably explain some things. So the easy thing to do is that when we get back into SMS, I just set the system console back to here. I had that horrible feeling that this could be RAM related. That being said, I had a lot of problems with the firmware on the Model 150. Like, the 150 was doing this, and there is a RAM check on this thing. We could get the 150 out if it really comes down to that. We can start swapping parts around. I really don't want to wipe the 150's hard drive, though. So, let's just keep continuing with the voodoo magic, because the right combination of keys will do something. Alright, so utilities. I can't set time and date here. I can set console, so this is the console. Okay. Yeah, it might be flaky RAM, but that being said, I have seen, and I would get a stop code if the onboard RAM check was failing. Okay. So let me let's see if we can boot from the CD-ROM in. All right, let's try this one more time. It is entirely possible that, it is entirely possible that there is something. Okay, so it's starting into AIX now because the down clock changed. So let's see how far it gets. So it's now doing the AIX kernel, so the screen should now change to the green text in a moment. I always hate dealing with open WRT. The problem is the only way to change the time and date, I'm going to have to install AIX to do that. Yeah, the firmware on this the firmware here is actually worse than on the 150 because there's no command line on this one. Alright, system console. Alright, now it's spinning. I'm watching the CD-ROM drive. If it stops spinning, then I'm going to assume something more seriously has gone wrong. Yeah, and that's pretty much all disk activity stopping. It is in some sort of state it really does not like what it's in. Alright. Now mine is a Model 140. You know, I remember if you hold reset on these for 1, 2, 3. I don't know if it's true, but apparently, supposedly that clears out the NVRAM. No, this is a 7043 140. Because If I did it right, we should get the prompt for the console. I could open... The problem is getting the battery out of this thing is really obnoxious. Yeah, it's not... There's no command... there's probably a command line on Serial, but there's no open firmware command line. I could dig out a serial adapter. I did not get a console... I heard the console beep. Yeah, it does not... I don't think it's happy with this video card. Yeah. Well, the 150... It won't run NT at all. I have tried. Yeah. Alright, so let me... I'm trying to think of where I might have a serial cable, because I've just reorganized this entire apartment. I know where the jumper cable is, but I'm not... I've had problems using a serial... Oh, there we go. Console's back. I'm going to try one thing. Starting software. That's fine. I'm going to try running the ARC program and do the partition one more time. Because I feel like we can get this to work. I just have to like do it all in the right steps. Yep, there were RS6000 laptops. I had this idling for quite a while. Like, this was running for the last hour. It was hot and warmed up beforehand. Okay. So the ARC floppy is booting. PowerPC portable bootloader. Show NVRAM details, that's fine. Show residual data, nothing. Configuration. Yeah, like there's nothing super interesting or useful here, except for like this is a little bit neat, but it doesn't actually say anything. Output device, PCI bridge, input device. Yeah, that's the video card, so that is all correct. Yeah, console out is multi-video monitor console. Console in, yeah, it's all fine. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Clear if the partition data. Do you want? Why is this in the in the info? Yes, clear disk. Why was that there? That should not be there. Okay, so that's completely empty. Create. Okay, so create the ARC boot partition 5. Copy it. Okay. So we found the delete option. It's in the option that shows you what your configuration is. I don't know why it's designed like this. Also, this is a 94 copyright date. Like, I thought this was going to be like a 20 minutes, well, not a 20-minute stream, like, but an hour-long stream, and that would be it. I didn't think it was going to be cursed computing shenanigans. Okay, so we did that. Create, let me create a very small fat partition. I'm going to just make it 200 megabytes. And then I'll let that format it. Because the drive, NT still has a 4 gigabyte partition limit size. The hard drive in here is a little bit over 4 gigabytes. So maybe this will work. I can be optimistic, I guess. Okay. At least this is a progress bar, you know, which says more about than what IBM did. Also, notice that the clock is frozen, so this is definitely not a multitasking environment. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you want? Yes, I do want this system partition. Okay. So that looks fine. PowerPC boot, system partition, extended. That's all good. Master boot record is good. Return to installation manager. Run maintenance program. Wrong file. Right, so if you type in the wrong file and then you type in the wrong file, it just crashes. That one we knew about. We've seen that one before. I didn't think it was just gonna be this level of garbage. Like, I expected it to be a little bit buggy. I didn't expect it to be this. I'm not guessing what the logical partition is. I'm just going to kind of move on with my life and hope that it just works. Well, I have no way of changing the date short of installing AIX. Okay. Okay. Alright, so there's the start chime. So now I should let's see what color it is. Like, are we going to be optimistic or are we going to be cursed? Well, I've got various booting messages. It's on 2E7. I think it's still starting up. Oh, I got the wrong disk in there. It's trying to start AIX. Yeah, I had the wrong disk in there. Okay, well. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. No, apparently that we weren't even going to get that theme. That one was a human error one. Work, damn it, work, damn it, work, damn it. You know, it's like, I think most of my problem isn't so, it's just not, like, most people would have already given up at this point. Well, I mean, I have 3-digit. What's interesting is that the prep-based systems only have 3-digit error codes, while the chirp ones have 4-digit. Even though the LED looks like it supports 4 digits. All right, let's boot it up. There's the startup sound. Okay. Well, it's in the right color. Like, that is the correct and proper color. It was correct and proper. I'm going for it. Apparently, we're going real patriotic here. Oh, no, wait, no white. Okay, I thought we were going to have red, white, and blue. The error code display is F05 right now. Well, you'll be able to tell me the boot cycles when the VOD comes out. Well, there's that. Maybe it'll start. Oh, it flickered, and yet... Yes! Okay. It sees that. I agree to the license agreement. Oh, yes! 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 Oh, cool. Okay. Format NTFS. Oh, partition is too large. Nope. Continue. Delete partition. Create partition. 4,000 will be fine. Like it'll be bigger than it needs to be. Format using NTFS. Formatting. Oh, we might be here for a while. That's not gonna quick format, is it? That's not gonna quick format at all. Yeah, that's not gonna quick format at all. Okay, well. This is a great time. If you'd like to support the channel, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider supporting me on Patreon or Ko-fi, or now on GitHub sponsors. Although that I still have to keep doing setup work on that. Like, I'm not even gonna have time working on more projects of my own. Like last week's stream, I did not set out to do a stream writing up stuff. Granted, I had a little incident with electricity. Yeah, it's it be formatted. It be formatting. I'm gonna go get a drink. Chat, I recommend you could do the same because we're gonna be here for a while. See, the worst part... Oh, I just saw that someone... there was a super chat. From super chats, I get 70%. Ko-fi, as I have it currently configured, does not currently take a cut, but when I upgrade to Ko-fi Gold, it'll take a 1% cut. So, Okay, now I have some iced tea. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, this is pretty much the install Windows on Titanium experience. I regret cutting it out of the pinball video because I installed like a lot of beta builds for pinball. Thank you for the RON. I'm assuming that's Romanian. And also, thank you for your first super chat, AI3X10M. I like that. Yeah, it's just been a really... Yes, the screen is off center. I don't know if it's a problem with this video card or if it's a problem with the system, but what it's giving me is something that's very similar, but not exactly VGA. Like on a CRT, you could adjust it to be center. And it's a PTEC P9100 graphics card, and I couldn't find any details except this card was supported. The other card that is supposed to work is an S3 964 is supposed to work. I ordered one off eBay, and I don't know what happened. Either I put it in the wrong place or they sent me the wrong card, because the only S3 card I have is a Verge DX, which does not work. You have to take the BIOS chip off it. But I also ordered this card as a precaution. But I've got to get my mail today, so... And that's going to be a really fascinating challenge. So... Yeah, so well, that's why I run this through a scaler, because a lot of my Unix systems give me graphical output that does not entirely resemble VGA. The Suns are really crap for this. With the exception of the Ultra 10, none of my Sparks put out anything resembling a standard video signal. This scaler can deal with it, so that's why I just run it. But the scaler probably needs to be recapped, because the scaler puts quite a bit of noise into the signal. I normally clean it up in DaVinci Resolve, but I can't do anything on a live stream. So yeah, anything that had my MSJVM, and there was a lot of things that didn't, that Microsoft took down anyway. They took down. They're like, yeah, it's like, we might, I could do Windows on Itanium again at some point. What I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to build a home rack that I could put U1 and U3 servers in. And that would actually give me a lot more flexibility with the type of machines, because I've mostly been stuck with workstation class for multiple reasons. If I can get rack mounts, assuming they're not too loud, and there are quiet racks out there, I would be able to get a lot more interesting and cursed computing. I also have a ATX, an Alpha PC motherboard that at some point I need to assemble into an actual computer and see if it works. But it was on eBay for $200, so I snagged it, but I probably won't even get to it for a few months. Microsoft has really been torching a lot of their old documentation, and Intel just got rid of like all their driver store. Yeah, I've got some MSDN CDs, but mine are incomplete and, like, blah. I have to go get a bunch more, and I have to start eBaying. The problem is, until I'm done reworking this apartment, like, I now have carpet on my living room. It's like, it's the greatest thing. And if I just could get some carpet, if I could get some carpet under this desk, it would be really nice for when I'm streaming. So, Windows. So the thing is that there was two versions of Windows XP for Itanium. There was the original RTM release, which was Windows XP 64-bit edition, and then there's Windows XP 64-bit edition version 2003. Sky, I have the correct hardware. I have, I don't know if I'll do it, but I do have the correct hardware. I have the right model of Power Mac to do it. It's my G5 will work. I just have to do it and try it. I have the right model of Power Mac. I don't have the right model graphics card. So, okay. Okay. Still at 48%. Like, this is going to take a while. I didn't account for this. Like, I'm trying to think if you would really have to do a long format even in this era. It's not binary compatible with the final Xbox 360 release. It's more like a prototype build of the operating system, because I've seen it before. It's shown up in other places. I mean, a lot of why I've really tried taking a much more preservation and research point of view is I realize that not only is this stuff not really getting preserved, by and large it's getting tossed out. Like, I see other YouTubers that basically just buy a computer and then immediately format the hard drive, and I understand that to some degree, but you know, there's a lot of things lost that, like, how much of the 90s internet is preserved? Like, virtually nil. It's like, just kind of depresses me. Sorry. I just, it's a large part of why I do what I do, and it's part of why some stuff that happened relatively recently struck really hard. Like, I don't know when I'm going to get it properly set up, because unfortunately my life has decided to become a mockery. Like, my original plan with Restless Systems LLC, which was the company I formed, was to basically be able to do some, of this, basically be able to support myself doing this, whether I take work on the side, so forth and so on. And, the YouTube channel does pay. It doesn't, it pays for itself for the most part, is what I'll say. But I don't know. I just had some. I've kind of just been having a lot of thoughts, because over this weekend, because today is it was President's Day weekend here in the United States. I actually took this last weekend off, and what I realized is that that's probably the first day off I've taken since December. And I've got some real life obligations that have cropped up that I may not even be able to come back around to stuff until March. Like, I'm slotting in my YouTube stuff where I can, but it's a rough one. That being said, this isn't necessarily time sensitive, and it pays to do this right. And if some of the things I'm working off pay off, it will leave me personally in a very good position to work on things like that. So I just really gotta see it through. And I apologize if I'm just kind of rambling, but this was a spur of the moment stream. Like, usually I brainstorm them, I think about them, I have some idea of what I'm going to say. So now you're just kind of getting whatever comes off the cuff. We're 70% formatted. Like, I do imagine what the world would be like had any of the the x86 competitors not died a horrible, horrible death. Like, Alpha had a pretty serious chance of being, like, taken seriously. Well, it's not a late night formatting stream. It was a late night. I screwed with it, and I effed around, and now I found out. So far, so good. Because what I'll probably end up doing is I will install Visual C++ on this machine. Should also be a complementary version of Visual Basic. Although I'm actually not sure if there was Visual Basic for PowerPC. I'm going to have to look into that. I know there was Visual Basic for Alpha. I'm going to assume there was one for PowerPC. Once I have those installed, because there is no native software, I can compile some things and I can use this for something usable. And one of the big things, so one of the main reasons that I've been reworking the entire home network is I now have, I've upgraded most, although not all of my home equipment to enterprise, to business grade. So now I can do VLANing. And I could actually VLAN the RS6000, and I could even put it on the internet and keep it isolated from everything else. Which, like, isolate as a completely separate network. So that opens up a lot of doors that I would not have been able to take advantage of later. Like, if I was to get IIS running on this system, I could actually put it on the internet. We could run a BBS on this. I've got very mixed feelings on ARM, but I know how that particular sausage was made, so yeah. Okay. Compile a Firefox port. With Visual C++ 4.1, you want me to compile Firefox with a compiler that is so notoriously a pile of garbage. Yeah. I do have a copy of NT4 that doesn't have MIPS or PowerPC, but it's a later pressing. It's the back server collection. That being said, some really horrible part of my brain wants to make an NT domain, make a LAN manager domain on OS2, and then make this thing a primary domain controller. And chat, do you want to know something really scary? Like, I'll give you a moment. But this predates Active Directory, which means that the only way to have it as a domain controller is to reinstall it. That being said, I'm more likely to put server on this machine. We're just finding out if it'll even install before that. Like, I want to see if NT351 will run on here, and I want to see if NT4 server will run. And we might as well try the upgrades if we can. Some other stuff. It won't be a tonight thing, though. I don't think I would try and get a more recent compiler up, or at least I would not personally, because that would require adding PE PowerPC support, and that means tinkering with the linker. Like, the biggest problem with porting GCC is you really have to port bin utilities, and it should be straightforward. I guess it'd probably be easier to port Clang. Well, if I can get the PS... I'm still working... I ran into more problems with that PS2. I'm waiting for more parts. One way or another, I will have more memory in that thing. Yep. 97%. And then we start copying files. Like, apparently all we do late night on the stream is stuff like this. All right. 98%. I mean, the really scary one is when you have to upgrade to NT4 to 2000, because the only way to do that was with an in-place upgrade on the PDC. Like, that was, I don't know what, that was like, here we go. Seb installs Windows NT onto your hard drive. Choose location. We're not going to check for corruption. We just formatted the drive. Okay, it's copying files. And you're right, it is actually cut off on the left. That may just because it's in text mode. Okay. So chat, place your bets. Chat, I want to know, like, I just saw pinball get copied, as well as PAX. Like, I feel like we're going to have a lot of fun with this system, although I have no idea what I'm going to use it for. Well, you know, if you look at the very early NT stuff, it doesn't even use Win, it just uses NT as its top level folder. Wow, so is that the current release? I just saw a Landman driver go by. I just saw Internet Explorer go by. I just saw Help go by, as well as Gorilla.bass. Event log. EGA drivers for... I don't know why you would need an EGA driver on this. This system actually has 2 ISA slots, if you can believe it. I don't know why it has 2 ISA slots. I can't imagine why you would want to put an ISA card in this system. But you can do it. God, I could actually put an AdLib card on this system for Duke Nukem. Not Duke Nukem, for Doom. Alright, apparently I need more sleep. Pinball was on NT4. It was also in the Plus pack. Oh, I don't have an ad-lib card to put in it, but that's just positively cursed. I actually wonder if it's going to see the onboard, like what it's going to detect, because there's a bunch of PCI cards in this system, and NT4 did not have what I call particularly stellar hardware detection. Hey, look! There's the one brain cell. Okay. I also realized that apparently all I've been doing in 2023 is IBM stuff. Like, I should probably just get a Sun system out just so I can remember what, you know, like, I don't want to say less bad, but, well, there's the bootloader. Like, I guess we, you know, I'm trying to think what floppies I even have on hand that I could try. Like, I have very few floppy disks that have Windows software on it. Oh, apparently we have Service Pack 1. Yay. Look, it's converting. Look, we're seeing an NT native application running on PowerPC. That is AutoCheck and Convert.exe. They are the native applications that run on top of the NT kernel, but do not run through the Win32 API. Oh, there's a cursed idea. We could try running AClock on this. We'd have to install the driver development kit. Oh, Tenox would love that if we actually installed the DDK on this machine. We'd actually have to install 2 separate copies of NT4 side by side. And you know, you could do that with Arc. Like, we could install server and workstation side by side on the same machine. That's actually a really fascinating thought. We might actually have to try that. Like, because there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do it. You really would want to be on separate hard drives, but you could do it. We could even just put in 2 partitions. So AClock is it's a program that shows an analog clock that Tenox wrote many years ago, and it's been ported to like basically everything. It's even been built on NT PowerPC, as far as I know. And a few years ago, he built a version that runs as a device driver, because you can't do it as a native app for whatever reason. So if I wanted to do that on PowerPC, I would actually have to install the driver development kit and build it. Yeah. I'm kind of tempted to try it. It won't be a try it immediately because I have never actually used the DDK on something this old. I have installed it on 2000. I've only ever used it. I must have used it in the XP era, but the brain is saying Windows 7. I must have used it on 7 to sign some test drive. Check that out. It's actually copying files from E/PPC. That's neat. That is actually really cool. All right, gathering information about your computer. And look, we're actually in a high color mode. All right, let's do custom. Let's just see here. So computer name. Create emergency disk. I actually want to do this because I have no idea what's going to be on that disk. Let me get a blank. I know I have blank disks here. Yeah, is on the... Yeah, here it is. This is from just a pile of blank floppy disks I bought off eBay. Well, that's gonna... This is... Hold on, let me grab a different... Let me grab a pen and let me mark this. This is our ARC disk, because we're gonna need this one again. ARC... PowerPC 151. Create emergency repair disk. Oh wait, did it not do it? Yeah, create emergency repair disk. Alright, so accessories. Oh, let's grab the desktop wallpapers. The mouse pointers. It even comes with the screensavers. It comes with the OpenGL screensavers. There it is. Pinball. Multimedia. All the sample sounds. And volume control. I'll even grab Windows messaging. Installing NT networking. It is wired to the network. AMD PC net adapter. Which one is that? Find next. I don't know why it's detecting two of them. I don't know if that's the right driver. So there are two NICs on the system. There's the built-in one, and there's a one in a PCI slot, and I don't know which one it detected. Because I don't know what chipset is in this system. The fact that it got the fact that it even saw it though is not is a decent sign. It is possible that there are in fact two PCNet cards. Well, we'll find out. Start the networking. It blue screened. Down it went. Stop code. Hardware malfunction. Oh, look at that. That's a thing of beauty. It actually blue screened. It brings a tear to my eye. Quality product. All right, we're gonna try. Assuming it didn't corrupt the install, we're gonna try that again. It's not the first BSOD on this project. that was truly a thing of beauty. Yeah, so I have, let's actually, I'm just gonna hit F1 here and see if it tells me what network card is in here. Because I don't actually remember what card it is, and it is possible that there is no driver for it. In which case, all I have to do is put in a PCI card that there is a driver for, and the problem is solved. Like, this is not an actual problem, it's just an annoyance. So, I just don't, let's see, what do we actually have in here? Yeah, so it's 2 Ethernet, integrated Ethernet. Let me just check the MAC address. Like, who is the prefix on this one? Zero, who owns that range? That is an IBM Corporation integrated Ethernet, and the other one is 020701. And that's apparently I typed in wrong, or that is the wrong MAC address in there. All right, I'm going to assume that it probably just does not know what to do with the Ethernet card in here, and we'll come back to that. Oh, look, it's gone banana. Let's see if it can actually boot. Okay, well, it's still... Wow, that is blindingly yellow. Okay, well, it's still starting up. So now we get to try this again. Setup is being restarted. You hit F1 on system startup after it shows that the keyboard has been tested, but before it actually starts. Well, we're running Windows NT on an unsupported machine. This machine is newer than what NT supported. It's also faster than anything that was officially supported. So, like... do not connect this to a network at this time. And we're just going to move on with our lives. Okay. Yep, this is a 7043 140. Yeah, so... I also have the 150. This was the last prep model. Okay. Yep, that is correct. It's... Wow, that is a resolution. Does it really go that high? Oh my god, it really does go that high. 640 by 120 in 1995? Alright, we're not going to do that right now. Yeah, that goes high. We'll do that after we're done installing. Leonardo, thank you for the €5 super chat. Okay. And now it's copying files. Like, that's actually really impressive for the time period. I mean, you're talking... No, that's like just really impressive for the time period. I mean, you're talking 1995. That's like a CAD monitor. Yes, and there is a reason why I use this thing, even though it's not period correct, because EA resolutions. Well, it hasn't asked me to make the recovery floppy. You can do it after the system is installed, though, so I guess we'll do that if it doesn't actually prompt for it. Look, it's installing pinball! Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest problem, is that because CRTs were analog, you didn't really have to have a tight adherence to the VGA standard. Alright, setting that up. Let me grab my mouse pad from the other table. Okay, alright. I'm going to stretch my legs while this goes. Fingers crossed that this actually boots. All right, I'm back. Oh, excellent. It's ready to make the emergency floppy disk. So one of the things I'm probably going to do at some point is I will likely enable channel memberships, which will let people do super chat, or sorry, special emojis in stream chat. I have to think about that one, but I'm probably going to do that sooner rather than later. I just have to. It's a better deal than what you get on Twitch. Although I gotta be honest, the fact that YouTube takes such a large cut drives me a little crazy. Alright, so now it's formatting that floppy disk. Yep. I am back. I am definitely back. I have to admit that I always loved this wallpaper. Like, this used to be, like, on Windows 95, it was the same wallpaper, or at least very similar, like this dark blue look. And I remember I used to just set up .bmp as my background wallpaper all the time. Okay. I really wonder what's on this floppy disk. I wonder if the system can boot from that. Like, I don't even remember how the disk works on x86, so I don't even imagine how it could work on RISC. Yep. Yep. Well, the bitmap was always 256 color. Like, it's pretty dithered here. It's just YouTube compression be YouTube compression. You know, that would be a question for Raymond Chen if there is a high resolution picture of this. Like, that would be a great one to throw at him, because he has a suggestion box, or he used to anyway. Alright, copying config files. This probably is just a bunch of config files that get used with the Windows installer, but it's still neat checking this out. You would run install and then hit F2 on a recovery disk. Okay. I will probably... What I would love to... Okay, so this is all successfully installed, so now I just hit reboot. Emergency recovery disk is only valuable for this one computer. It's not interchangeable. I don't know offhand if it is or is not different. Like, if someone wants to find out and post it on Discord, let me know. Link is in the description if you are not in the Discord. So here, FB. All right, I'm watching the startup clock. Yeah, and the thing is that there is an article on Virtually Fun, is that the DDK version, once you install it, the system will no longer be able to boot. So that's why I'm saying I'd have to set up like a full development environment. But okay, it's thinking about it. All right, we're in the bootloader. Yep. Hey, look, the colors have changed again, but it's 30 seconds for it to start up. So there's OS loader. It's now cut off on the top. This one's still faster than the other machine. The other one takes even longer to post. And there you go. This is a childhood dream seeing this. So is this... Okay, this is actually properly... This is cut off too far. So first, let me fix the image size. I'm guessing, let's see here. Input. Horizontal. Nope, that's the vertical. So horizontal. Doesn't seem to do anything. Do I need to adjust the active? Nope, that doesn't seem to do anything either. Total pixels? Yeah, like, I remember I was fiddling with this beforehand. If I hit auto image, it'll do bad things, so I'm not going to do that. Yeah, so hold on. Yeah, so image size is fine. I think it's, like, cut off from the video card. Oh, it's not cut off that much, but it's odd the way it's cut off. Let's see here. Start active. Let me make sure chat isn't, like, telling me something. Okay. It's not supposed to be changing colors. I suspect it's because it's not supposed to be running on this machine at all. Color mode, test pattern. I'm just trying to figure out how to fix the size. So horizontal, active, total pixels. Does phase do anything? No, phase doesn't seem to do anything. Total pixels. Like, if I hit auto image, it's just going to go completely broken. Because that's what it did last time. I think we just got to live with the fact that it is slightly cut off. Oh, well. Yeah, definitely a problem with this video card. But let's turn up the resolution. Maybe that will help it. Like, let's just go up to ludicrous mode. My God. Chat, that's bit tiny. It's actually not as bad, but look how much of the screen is. Yeah, it has problems. Let's try that. Let's see. Is that better? It's still pretty cut off over there, but at least it's less bad. Like, let me try. I guess I could try auto image. No, that just kind of broke it. I suspect this card has kind of got problems. And when I say got problems, I mean it's got problems. Okay, let me just make sure. Okay, so that's, yeah, like, that's completely cut off over there. Like, I can completely get this off, and I'm not seeing it even on my panel. It's like, it's not the stream, it's physically the image coming out of the card. Yeah, there's definitely some problems with this. Okay, VGA adapter. I think this card was intended for use with, like, here, let me see if it can. Let me get this off screen. That was not the button I meant to push, but yeah, so these are all the modes it supports. That's a lot of modes it supports. Like, I guess go to 800 by, like, the smaller it goes, the less of a problem it goes, but I mean, it's like one of the RDACs is gone. Oh, change the refresh rate. Oh, that's a good point. Let me try 70. Did that? No, that doesn't even look like that helped. 75? Probably, no, it probably needs to be there. Resetting the monitor. It's not the monitor, it would be the scaler, but I could try setting it back to factory. But it was doing this even when I had the graphics card directly plugged into it. You know what, let me enable overscan. That doesn't help. Auto image, auto memory. Yeah, I think, yeah, because I can fill it like that. It gets stretched. input. Hold on. The problem is the scale. Let me move the scaler so I can more easily adjust it. Shit. Sorry, hold on. I just knocked over a drink pitcher. The carpet got it, but I got to clean that up right now. Oh, good. I got paper towels right here. All right, let me put the AFK screen up because I do actually need to clean this up before it makes a mess, a bigger mess. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. Ow. You know what? Accidents happen. That could have been a lot. It could have been a lot worse. All that happened is I got the carpet that goes under my desk wet with iced tea, and now I don't have iced tea. But that's annoying. But okay. All right, that is something I'm going to have to deal with the carpet. Okay. All right, so yeah, so let me catch up. So let me look at the settings here again. Oh yeah, so what I was doing was this cable is caught back here. That's how I accidentally knocked over the picture. Oh. So now that I've got this closer, let me just see, like, image position. Doesn't help that the interface on this thing is, like, horrible. Horizontal. Yeah, see, it's moving it left, but it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, like, if I move it to 128... that's where it was before. But I don't get any more image on the side. All right, so input. All right, so if I increase the active, oh wait, if I increase the active, I get, hey, look, there's the rest of the image. Almost. Hold on. Hold the boat. There's the rest of the image. If we increase the number of pixels, it's still cut off, but we got more of it. Yeah, whatever this graphics card wants, it's definitely not VGA compatible. Whoa, if you turn it too far that way, you get really interesting signal. Like, how far can you go? It's like right about there. Apparently it's like not just any specific cutoff point. Huh. Yeah, let's try that. So 2024. But see, now that I'm doing that, I'm starting to lose the other half of the window. Okay, so that agrees. So total pixels. The total pixels should be... like, that just gets weird because it's... I have no idea which way what total pixels is. Because we saw what auto image did, and that was not right. I have no idea what I'm doing. So total to 2000. Okay, so 2000. 1280 is what chat's telling me. Takes a while to dial. All right. Okay. So that's set, but yeah, the problem is I think the problem is with the card. I might have potentiometers on the card I can adjust. But I mean, there's nothing in the scaler to adjust this further. I don't think film mode does anything. No, it doesn't. If I move the start, if I move the start to there, I get more image, but it doesn't really help. I'm still cut off slightly on the right. Okay, move the active. That doesn't help. Total pixel should equal the input resolution. So let's turn that back to where it was. So I'm just questioning if it's even coming out of the card. I probably just need to get a proper CRT for this thing. And then this just starts flickering. Adjusting the phase doesn't do anything. Yeah, I think there's something dead. I think this card's a little flaky. I could try and find a different graphics card. Like how much of the screen is actually cut off now? Like that's not horrible. Like I could use it like this. Now what, just out of curiosity, if I drop the resolution now, yeah, I get that. And we see how this is updating like that. It's basically just getting complete. It's basically getting garbage in, garbage out. Like whatever it's getting, it's not a particularly good VGA signal, although it seems happiest like this. Think I could, let me see if I can dig up that the S3 card, but before we do that, let's see what else we can do with this. So now we've got this set up, and how's my carpet doing? Okay, carpet's drying. So we have free cell. God, that I gotta turn the, that is like, yeah. So hold on, let me actually go to properties. Yes. Well, that's interesting. It actually has the wrong model number, but it has Windows NT. This may be too small to see on camera. Windows NT, computer, PowerPC, IBM 7042, which is an off by 1, so that looks correct. OS2 libpath, processor architecture PPC, processor identifier PowerPC. It's interesting. I would think that would say which version. Yeah, like WinVer doesn't tell me anything. So let's open command. What's really interesting is if you run other command, you get Microsoft Windows NT DOS. And there's QBasic. Because there is, they license soft PC. Although you can definitely see that there's some input lag when running under command. Like here, let me open it in a different window so you can see what I mean side by side. Like I type here and you can see the actual input delay. I type it here and it's nice and smooth. So fascinating. Like, that is actually quite neat. I do have. I tried a early 2001 LCD, and it was showing the same porch problem. That's what I had it on before I put this one on. So I think we just have. It's something I'm going to have to live with. There's a lot of reasons why I just don't use CRTs. Although I will say that this resolution is kind of small. FlagGen should run just fine on this. I just don't have a way of getting it on here unless I put it on a floppy. And I don't even have it on hand. I only have a floppy drive out to copy it. So, while yes, it would run, unless I can get this thing on the network. Let's let it install networking. Actually, before I'm going to let it install networking, I'm going to just drop the resolution down because this is actually kind of hard to look at. Yeah, that's better. At least that should be much easier to read on stream. It's interesting that they have PCM-CIA support. Like, on when would that be useful? Oh, is the tape drive? The tape drive is detected. Install the driver. I've never tried to use this. I don't have any tapes. But it sees the tape drive. Neat. Okay, so let's see if we can install a networking stack. Select from list. Let's see here. Do you have that's a lot of network adapters. Like, I'll be able to find some of these cards. Let's see here. IBM. Yeah. So these are all token ring cards. Ether Express. Okay, I'm just going to let it search. So there's the first one. TCP IP. This is probably going to be the BSOD. I'm probably tempting fate by installing this. Yeah, that did. And look, and then it completely freaked out. Yeah, it bug checked. Okay, so we definitely have some problems to solve here. Yeah, there is a possibility that took the install with it. Like, that is entirely possible that we are going to reinstall from here. Let's see if it boots. Yep. Thanks. I'm probably going to need it, but at least that gets us over the starting position. I'm thinking about this. Is like, what am I going to do with this? I mean, it's progress. Okay, so that's booting up. Let's see if it hosed the install. Oh, we have the recovery disk if we need to use it. Yeah, we might actually need that recovery disk. with safe mode, okay, let's see if it boots up. Well, safe mode was in this version, but I don't even know how you would invoke it on the Arc setup. Well, it seems to be okay now. So, that's a... Nope, I spoke too soon. Yeah. Well, this is going well. This is going well. When I say it's going well, we're going to try the last known configuration, and then we'll try the repair disk. So the answer is my RS6000 Model 140 will run Windows NT, but it has some very strong opinions about it. I probably have to pull... You know what? I'm not going to do it on camera. I probably have to pull the card that's in there and see if then it will detect the onboard. Okay. Yeah, so it's... it could be worse, but not by much. Look, the colors changed again. It's really a novelty. Okay, there is only one last config. All right, try the last known config. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. I think we're gonna have to use the recovery disk. I don't think it made a difference. I did create one post setup. I believe you can create one post setup, but the problem is, here's the worst part, is all the hackery won't work because this is hackery for the PowerPC edition. I mean, the bug checks are something else. Chat, if you can all think of anything else neat to check, let me know. Yeah, I think that's be it. All right, let's see if that recovery floppy can do anything. Like, there's gotta be, hold on, there's gotta be a way to go into safe mode. Like, it can't be that hard to go into safe mode. But I didn't even see like a VGA mode config, so I have that. And it's not a VGA mode, it's the networking stack. Yeah, the network cable, there is a network cable there plugged in. I don't think F5 would do anything, it's NT. Yeah, we might have to just reinstall it, which is annoying. You know, if that is a PC net card for real though in there, which I'm not sure if it is or isn't. Alright, so let's see if we can do a repair boot. Alright. I don't think... Yeah, no, go back. Run maintenance program. No, it's not possible. You know, I could pull the cover off and we could take the network card out, but I'd still have to reinstall the system. Let me see if the repair disk will help. Like, first I want to know if I'm going to have to reinstall. The answer is probably yes, but... Okay. Oh, look, and now it's doing the graphics card problem again. Chat, I'm kind of feeling this on an existential dread level. Alright, let's see if we can pull that network card. Alright, you know what? Hold on. I got a better idea. Instead of putting that there, we'll put that here. Alright. Hopefully you can all still hear me. I don't think I screwed this on last time I had it open, so I should just have to unplug it. Yep. Unplug it. You know, maybe that is a PCNet card now that I'm actually looking at it. Did I screw it in? I did screw it in. So do I have a screwdriver nearby? Alright. Yeah, I'm sorry if it's not the most interesting right now. You're just seeing me bent over. Screw bit. Alright, let me get that off the table before I have an actual, like, disaster. Keyboard, I gotta move out of the way. Like, it is not the easiest to work on this. Okay, so that's a flathead. That's right, this system uses those really weird screws. Where did I put the big screwdriver? Come on, I know I have a flathead. There it is, flathead bit. I hate working on this case. It's not as bad as some of them, but it's more irritating than it needs to be. Alright, screws out. That is actually an chat. That is actually an AMD PCI 2 card. This is the Ethernet card that I would need to net boot with Ethernet. I didn't even realize it was in this system. This is actually a very valuable card for completely different reasons. I wonder if I take it out, if it might see the onboard Ethernet though. If not, I will have to try a different one, but the fact that that's a supported card and it's still crashing is not a good sign. Alright, well, that card is out. There's the power. So power plug, go back in. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay. Alright. Let's see what it comes down to. Sorry that I didn't move the views around. It's on the other desktop, so it's kind of a pain. And I'll hold it up here since you probably didn't see it. I don't know if you'll be able to see this on camera, but yeah. Here's the graphics card, or not graphics card, the network card that I just pulled out of it. So that's going to go in my good parts bin. I'll have to put a blank in this case, but because there's a bunch of other cards in here that I probably should pull out. Like, I think this machine was, they looked like they were some sort of high-speed printing card, and I know what this machine was used for before I got it, and that makes a lot of sense. Like, this was used in a high availability, light, safety scenarios. Actually, I do want this to boot. I want this to boot from hard drive first. So. Yep. So far, yeah. All right, there we go. Ooh, I don't know. It's just kind of a weird night for me tonight. Like, normally when I do run these streams, it's completely planned. I don't want to say completely planned, but it's a bit weird just completely YOLOing a stream. But, maybe I'll do this more often because there's lots of little things I do from time to time. I actually have a grid computing machine that's sitting right here on the desk that is just waiting for me to do something with it. What I probably need to do is, like, build a lab computer that sits here on the table. Wow, have we seen that color before? Like, let's try booting into the operating system. Now that the network card's not there, maybe it will let maybe the system will be able to boot up. Yep. Okay. If not, we're gonna have to format it and try again, but I don't know what to do if we can't get networking. We'll have to we could probably get networking over serial though, so getting online isn't necessarily impossible, and I could always run NT on the power stack if it comes to it, but I prefer to run it. Wow, that just looks broken. Like, what happened? Did the scaler break or did something else break? But hey, look, we actually did make it into the system and it didn't crash. Obviously we need to make some adjustments. Let's try auto image. No, that actually made it worse. Try that. Okay, apparently this is the resolution it's happiest at, so we're just gonna have to roll with that. Or maybe if we tried that and then we go like that, and what? I'll even turn on more colors. There we go. And now do we have a good background wallpaper? Not really. I guess we can do this one, center. Yeah, that works. That works well enough. Alright, so now let's see if we can do something about the networking situation. Windows NT networking is not installed. So let's see if we can now detect a network card. It is possible that that may be the onboard Ethernet. A network card of this type is already installed in the system. That tells me the WinSock database is actually broken. Yeah, that was what I was afraid of. Yeah, the windsock configuration is completely fried. That's a format and reinstall right there. Shit. Alright, well, nothing to be done about it. Unless I can do a repair install, which is still potentially possible. Wow, why did hitting Alt Control Delete change the resolution like that? And then you hit Task Manager and then it just pops down there. Just curious. This should be one of the few places you can actually see some, like, there should be more places I should be able to see stuff about the system. Yeah, so this basically just entirely fell over and broke. Yeah. Alright, so restart the computer and let's boot from the ARC floppy. Yeah, so because it crashed during networking, I think it corrupted the entire windsock bindery. There are ways to repair it, but I honestly think the easiest answer is just to format and reinstall. Assuming I can format and reinstall, which, because as we've seen, the magic is deep on this one, if we actually get that far. Okay. So, I don't know how to take this. So, that's kind of interesting that apparently the built-in chip is an AMD, even though it's using, well, you know, that's actually a legitimate question mark, because let's see on a clean install if it detects it. So I think I want a different soundtrack at the moment. Let's see, like, I don't think EDM is in the right mood. Alright, so now we're booting off the floppy. Oh, Windows NT Diagnostics, thank you. It's been a while since I've used NT. Like, I think it's the first time. I know I've done it in VMs, but I'm trying to think of if I actually used NT4 on actual hardware live, and I think the answer is no. Okay, so this is still booting off the floppy. Okay. Yeah, I do understand this computer calls for classical. That feels about right. Okay, so it sees that their program, run a maintenance program. Like, if I just try doing this and we do setup loader, like, is there a chance we actually make it into... Because we had problems with this. My first system in was on the very tail end of the NT4 era, but I had a copy of it at home because I found it at my dad had it at his workplace and I had access to it. So I was running NT4 on my home computer when I was probably a Pentium 2 era machine. Okay. Well, okay. We're gonna have to fix this. Hold on. 128. 128. Like, we've used this skill on so many things, and this is the thing it falls apart on. 720. you know, that's good enough that I can get through the install. Alright, handle that. Examining startup environment. Okay, cancel upgrade. It's interesting that it's offering to upgrade, but I want to install a fresh copy. That is correct. We want to delete this NTFS partition. Alright, if I just select this, does it give me the option to format? We're going to have to format again, aren't we? Ah, screw it. So we format. I could have done a repair, but at this point, I actually want to know if that card was causing it, so it's fine. I remember when it was NT4, like there was big things on Microsoft.com about that, about NT5 is coming, and then it became Windows 2000 powered by NT technology, and then at the very last minute they dropped the NT branding. So while this is formatting, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably have to keep a preset for this. Okay, let's see here. Image size. Yeah, no, I mean, that's about where it should be. It's just starting all the way over there, which it shouldn't, but so be it. So I think image size is what it's actually outputting, so that should be correct. Okay. So we go to input. And then if we take start, and I just move it to 0, yeah, you just move all the way over there. So let's keep you at 128, which seems when you're happy. So output. I don't know. I feel like I'm dealing with Ooga Booga settings. Like, oh, there we go. Now I can move it left. It's still cut off, but at least it's in the center now. Yeah, this video card, I gotta look at this video card and see if there's potentiometers on it. But I have this distinct feeling that I should be happy that I'm running Windows NT on PowerPC. The childhood dream has been realized. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Like, Microsoft never seemed to have a very cohesive plan for the 90s. It just, like, they did a lot of stuff that really just both did and did not work. Like, I've got a screw bit. Is that a screw or a screw bit on the floor? Like, I always have to keep finding my screw bits because I keep losing them. I keep getting the videos, like, for the Linus Tech Tips screwdriver, and I gotta tell you, a design that has the bits in the screwdriver head, I probably would not lose them. The NT never officially stood for anything according to Microsoft, although I have seen it ran as new technology in a lot of places. And the NT term was being used as NT OS2 in a lot of places before it came Windows NT. Yeah, it's like one of those things that marketing got a hold of, and that's basically what happened. So yeah, we are in install 2 of the night. But a distinct improvement. You know what? You can install it on this. So as long as I can figure out a networking solution or even a reasonable networking workaround, we'll be in business. You know, let me just look at this card. Like, yeah, none of these caps look like they've leaked, but I really need to learn how to do surface mount reworks. I'm not very good at soldering, but it's the type of thing I could get better with practice. Yep. Oh boy, the progress bar simulator be like that. I'm gonna go make something to drink, because unfortunately my entire pitcher of things to drink is still on the floor. So I'll be gone for a few minutes while I'll be in the kitchen while this formats. So sit and talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back. Alright, and I have returned. Oh, I forgot my glass. Hold on. Okay. I have returned for real now. So, chat, what did I miss? Oh, looks like I've missed about 20%. And I've got a nice glass that I'm going to put under the desk so it's not in a place where it can fall over. Nice glass of raspberry lemonade. It's quite good. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm currently playing for VCF of this machine is... And the way I'm describing it, and I'll probably file it today, if not tomorrow, because now that I know this works, I have an exhibit. And it's an exhibit that I can get better, because I have a few other machines that I want to try. I've got a machine that theoretically can run Copeland, but I would actually need a debugger for that. We could try it as is to see if it's even potentially viable. I doubt it. I've got a G5 that runs, although I hesitate to run a G5 for multiple days on end because the G5s already have thermal issues as is, and that G5 is a little flaky. I do have a power computing tower. I could get that thing running again. Well, I could get that thing running. I've never actually had it running. Yeah, I would love to get a MIPS N-Team machine myself, although at least that one can be emulated. Yeah, I definitely, like, I do definitely want to check it out. Like, I'm going to have to, like, the biggest, like I said, the biggest problem is the debugger problem, but it's not insurmountable. I just don't know if I would have it ready to go in time for VCF. Although I got the Power Mac last VCF, so, you know, time's a wasting. Dipping down frame. Looking at the panel on my side, it's fine. And I am now getting a full gigabit down and 45 up, which is what, it's not quite what I paid for, but to get what I pay for, I actually do need to have the Comcast guy come out and put a second IP on my modem. So I'm going to do that. I have to install a managed switch before I do it. Which is likely it's a this week project, but it is a project. After which I'm probably going to start moving over to enterprise Wi-Fi gear, because what I really want to do is be able to use the back half of my bedroom as a workshop, and then this will be my filming desk, because right now this pulls double duty. I have to work at this table, or I have to work in the other room. So, well, I haven't, like, I am hoping the Alpha PC will just work when all is said and done. I'm just amazed that 103 of you are watching paint dry this morning. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, is that, like, I have a real distinct lack of Macintoshes. Like, I never really got, well, that's not exactly true. I have the Power Mac 610. It's technically a Performa 1615, a 6115, but it's the same machine. I have a power computing tower, which needs work. It needs at least a CD-ROM drive, but I can get SCSI CD-ROM drives between now and then. Let's see here. I've got the G5, and, you know, I could put the G5 on display. Like, I haven't used the G5 for anything since I got it. So I'd rather it be used, and if it dies in the line of duty, it dies in the line of duty. That's why I have liability insurance. Although I guess that wouldn't technically be a liability thing. That would just be cost of business, because it is it's a 20-year-old machine. Liability would be more like if I got into an accident on the way to VCF and it would all be a total loss. But, yeah. Like, this was me just mostly just throwing it up at the last, you know, like, I just had a whim to do this, and what I realized is there's a lot of things I do off-scene that you don't see, because obviously I work out in my own apartment. Before I reworked originally the room I was in was my living room, and you've seen it on all my videos, except for like the 1 or 2 clips I've done in my kitchen. Now I've got it more properly divided, that my bedroom is personal space and the living room is now an office. So I basically can now just set the stream whenever I want, and it will be a lot easier because I don't need to rearrange stuff. So you'll probably see a lot more off-the-cuff streams like this, because unfortunately I don't think I'm going to get back into video editing anytime soon. I simply do not have the time. So that is what it is. That being said, I've really been getting into gaming again because I need something to do in my downtime. Or let me rephrase that. I have to do something in downtime, and I have to have downtime so I don't go crazy. Yep. I've never got into VR. Like, it's always seemed very... Like, I appreciate the technology is moving forward, but VR as it exists today just feels very gimmicky. I was, actually, speaking of Australia, I was watching the, Friendly George video that, I guess it went out yesterday at this point. It's like, that was interesting to hear, especially considering, you know, he reports on corruption. It's like, definitely something I have a lot of appreciation for. I mean, stuff I did in a previous life. 87%. 88%. You know, it's still not as bad as formatting the ESDI drive in the 286. That was excruciating. That was probably one of the most excruciating things I've done on this, because, you know, it's bad when you just have to sit there and watch a progress bar. It's worse when you have to sit there and fill the time in, because people are watching for the weird and wacky commentary. But I gotta tell you, I was thinking the other night that I might go country hopping again. For those who didn't know, I used to basically try and visit as many countries as I could in like a given period of time. I haven't done this since before. It was either. When did I go to China the second time? That must have been set. That was probably 18. I did that. No, I was in. When did I do? No, I was in Tunis. I was in Tunis in 18, so I must have done Korea in 16 or 17. And in 2020, I was trying to bike across the United States when the pandemic happened. And since then, I've only traveled twice out of the tri-state area, both times to see other people. You know, I really try have avoided not like the trip I took last year was personal, but the one before that, the one time I traveled during the pandemic, was to help someone else, and it wasn't life or death, but it was one step before that, enough that I could justify the risk of traveling. And that would have been early 21, when the pandemic was still at the height of Delta. All right, we are now done formatting. So what's going to be curious is if the built-in Ethernet will work now, because I could actually well, we're just going to find out, because if it doesn't work, I'm going to have to get a little creative. But I think the next personal project I need to work on, and I hopefully will be able to do this before I even go to sleep tonight. I still have to do my restore test. The last network restore test I tried failed because the internet here was really question mark. I got that fixed, so it's better. Yeah. I mean, the biggest problem with streaming on... So, there's a couple... I don't really like either platform. Of Twitch, I don't really know how else to describe it. Twitch just seems like it's exploitive. Because I listen to Moist Critical, I listen to a few others, and I have yet to hear anyone say anything good about Twitch. And I worked for their competition. I worked at Mixer. Well, it was Beam at the time. My biggest problem with YouTube is that I haven't had a lot of happy thoughts about the direction of the platform, and I'm not convinced the new CEO who of YouTube, I forgot his name. He was really advocating for Web 3.0 and NFTs. It's like, oh, that's exactly what we need on YouTube. So we'll see, but I also don't like having all my eggs in one basket, so maybe I might do some charity gaming streams. My current plan is that this summer, I am leaning towards June or July, but we will see. I'm going to do another month of fundraising. I haven't decided who It might be something more generic if there's no specific cause that comes to mind. I have to think about it. But I might do some gaming streams over on Twitch, because one of the problems we had, I tried to organize a charity Doom event at the last minute when I was doing all the row live streaming last year. And what had happened was that Twitch has an exclusivity clause with their partners, 24 hours before you could repost elsewhere. So if I was to do some gaming related charity events like vintage gaming, I'd actually be better being on Twitch for that than I would be on YouTube, because then I could be with other Twitch streamers, because Twitch is much better for gaming and it's all for a good cause. And there's probably people that would pay money to watch me play Roller Coaster Tycoon on this. Like, I haven't decided, but maybe we could see if I could get OpenRC T2 ported. It depends on how bad the compiler situation is. We're currently on the, Comrade, this is our second time installing it. We got it installed the first time. There were problems, to put it bluntly. We discovered that because there was a secondary network card in here, it was causing very bad things to happen with Windows NT. So we just pulled out the other network card and we're seeing if it's less bad now. You know, I could get behind OpenTDD. I love that game. I used to play on the Reddit r OpenTDD. I used to play with the FERS GFR sets. Good morning. So I could probably... OpenTDD probably had an SDL 1.2 port. I mean, I remember playing that in middle school. Like, back in those days, you had to copy the files from the original Transport Tycoon Deluxe. So there has to be an SDL 1.2 port. And I probably can get SDL 1.2 running on this thing. Well, I mean, that was the problem I had with VR. Is it feels like a novelty. It's like... now, to be clear, I haven't seen the most recent Avatar movie. I'm talking about the first one. But when I saw the first Avatar movie, I was like, why is everyone raving about this? The plot was very simplistic, and aside from the graphics, you know, we've had fully immersive 3D worlds in computing for years. And then what I realized is, for people that don't play computer games, Avatar was probably the first 3D movie they saw that was really the wow factor. And it was at that moment I understood all the hype. I still don't agree with it, but at least now I understand it. And I'm sorry if this stream is being very random, although I guess, you know, I have occasionally watched parts of my own streams back, and it's like, wow, so that it's interesting being on the other side of the chair. Okay. All right, let's see if this made a difference. All right, SEP is initializing. The fact that we even got it running, though, means I'm going to still call this a victory. Because even if I can't get onboard Ethernet working, we can get it working through serial. And the fact is, I have it working. Well, it represents an advancement of the state of the art. Like, you know, if you look at the start of things like ChatGPT, which I'm still not as impressed by, but most people are. But, I mean, they all got started with stuff like ELIZA and research from the things like the MIT AI laboratories. I'm not even going to make a repair disk this time. All right, let's see if we can install networking. Oh, I didn't mean to select. I want to do the other one. It did detect that. Does it find a second? So apparently the onboard, that is the onboard chipset. Okay. All right, so now the question is it going to have problems over this fact? Because it is possible that it's just because there was 2 cards, it just went and died. Okay. Because this is an old chipset. Like, it really should not be having issues with it. Start the network. Alright, please don't be SOD. Please don't be SOD. Please don't be SOD. I think it didn't. I think it already crashed before, so I think this is a good sign. It's still hourglass. Yeah, it's not frozen. It's still gone. It's still going. It might be waiting for a DHCP. It might be having problems with DHCP. Let me check the switch. Is the network even? Is it even trying to join? No, it is not actually. Did I not plug the cable in? No, the cable's plugged in. Oh no, it is. It is. DHCP client could not obtain an IP address. Hold on a sec. Okay. Alright, no, so I do have a link light. Well, at least it didn't crash. Alright, well, let's let it run through the install. I do have the cable plugged in. Here, I can get the... Let me see. Let me get back there. While it's installing, let me confirm that it is actually plugged in. Yeah, no, it is actually plugged in. I can see it. And I've got the link light on the switch, so it is plugged in. Okay. So what did I do wrong? Oh, the audio is desynced again? Yeah, that happens on the longer streams. Hopefully it's not too far out of sync. Alright, well, now it's copying files. So now we know that this has an AMD PCNet card built in. Having 2 AMD PCNet cards causes very bad things to happen. Say it is fascinating seeing this work. I actually wonder if the onboard audio works as well. I haven't heard it make any noises. It should be a Crystal audio chip, which Windows should support, although I don't know, I already feel like I'm tempting a fate enough as is. Oh, so far so good. Yep, the VOD will be available once the stream is over, but it will only, remember, it only works on a very small select prep models of RS6000. If you're running AIX and it doesn't say it's a prep machine, you don't even have a chance of it working. Saving config. Yep, we will try PowerPC Pinball. We will collect the set because I was the one who got to play the legendary Itanium Pinball. Okay, now restart. That is progress. That is distinct and distinct. That is definitely distinct progress. I do wonder if this machine is new enough. I don't think Windows 11 and NT4 can directly network with each other. Like, well, the thing is that I had to replace my video card. The one I had did not work. If it's a GTX video card, it won't work. You either need an S3 Vision. There's a small list of video cards that are supported out of the box. If you try running the Windows NT installer as is, it will complain that the built-in video card does not work. I have absolutely no idea. I feel like there was like just a failure in planning. But Prep was probably what IBM's was using since 1990. Because remember that Prep was basically built around the Power stuff. Then it became PowerPC, and now it's Power again. I don't have an Apple Time Machine file share. I could probably get it to talk to my NAS, but work. And I also use that NAS for a lot of things, so I really don't want to fiddle with its Samba install. Okay. All right. Now that we've got it up and running, I still find it weird how it has an off by 1 of that model number. Yes, no, if it's a microchannel RS6000, it was completely proprietary. Okay. Oh, it's still waiting for DHCP. Let's look at the settings of the adapter because it's very strange that it's not getting an IP address. Yeah. I had an off, someone asked me a few questions about one of the microchannel RS6000s. I kind of want one, but I have absolutely no idea what I would do with it. Yeah. Alright, it's fine. Oh. Alright. So at least the network card isn't crashing the system, it's just not working. So let's see what's going on in here. So adapters, full duplex, it needs to be on UTP. And it probably is going to want to reboot. Yeah, that's what I thought. I wonder if it was trying to talk on the wrong connector. Because this is the built-in Ethernet. It shouldn't be trying... Like, there is no twisted pair connector on the system. I will try giving it a manual address next. Like, unfortunately, this is now a managed and switched network, so I can't easily run Wireshark to see what is going on. And I don't have a mirroring port enabled as of right now. So, but it should be able to get an IP address. So we'll try it after, if it fails after this reboot. Because I wasn't even sure if it was talking on the right connector, but at least the situation isn't as dire as I thought it was going to be. Yeah. I don't know. Having used quite a few PowerPC machines, there's a lot of stuff the Intel platform does right just by virtue of it actually being used. Like, there's so many simple things that are overly complicated. Like, how do you boot an operating system? Choose one of 30 different ways. Like, this level of incompatibility should not exist. Alright, let's see if we have... Oh. Hardware malfunction. Chat, I don't have a good feeling about... I have this horrible feeling that's network related. Comrade Michael, even if it was a standard, even if drivers were available, they're not going to be available for Windows NT for PowerPC. I do find it interesting that how the BSODs are entirely different from architecture to architecture. Like, I've never seen stop hardware malfunction. It's almost certainly network related, unfortunately. Like, I probably am going to have to put a different network card in here. The network adapter worked under AIX, so I know the actual network is okay. But I don't even remember how non-maskable interrupts work on PowerPC. See here, it's 507. At least I have a pretty decent idea of what that hardware malfunction is. I'm pretty sure that was the Ethernet adapter. I probably changed its setting in a way that was not a good thing. Yeah, I have that horrible... Well, this is the system... This is the one on the system motherboard. So, I'm not surprised that there are issues here. So, maybe the thing to do is we reinstall... We put the external card back in and we try it. Yeah, I don't even think it booted that time. Yeah, that time it didn't even boot. Yeah, I think I'm also at my limit, but now that I know that we can do something with this, I can experiment with it a little bit. Yep, I just restarted it again because obviously we're not getting super far. I also don't know why we can't see the whole screen because, I mean, obviously you can see I'm not seeing anything different. I think what's coming out of the video card has problems. Like, I think this entire system has problems. I will note that it wasn't doing that on the old video card, but the old video card doesn't work on with Windows NT, so, you know, it's like, pick your poison. Okay, starting system. What's funny is we are going to get to compare this on actual supported hardware, because when I started this adventure of trying Windows NT on this RS6000, I never thought I would be able to get one of the supported machines. So that will be fascinating. Yeah, the PCNet driver for PowerPC likely does not exist because there was no cross compiler for the DDK. You had to run the DDK on the machine itself. Yeah, now it's doing this no signal thing again. It's a bit fragile. There's no option to disable the Ethernet on BIOS. I think it's BSODing, to be perfectly honest right now. Alright. I do have an idea, though. I do have an actual idea of what I want to try next. Like, I'm not giving up on this just yet. I'm going to put this card back in. And let's see if we can use it. Unplug this. Put the card I took out, put that back in. Okay. All right. Now, plug you back in. I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but it'll be interesting to see. Top case piece back on. Okay. Put that in with the monitor back over. And try again. The joys of trial and error. I probably have another PCI card, but I'd rather use the one it came with, if nothing else, because I know that one also works under AIX. Is there a physical jumper to disable the onboard LAN? No, there is not. There are no physical jumpers on this board. And so here's the thing. This is not a PC. This is a PowerPC machine. An NE2000 card would... there are ISA slots in this system, but I'm sure as hell not going to try using them on a system that has questionable stability at best. You know what? I forgot to move the cable over to the other neck. That's fine. We'll do that after we reinstall it again. And, you know, I know a way we can get around having to redo the entire SAP again. No, there's no safe mode in this version of Windows. That, I believe 2000 was the first one to have the safe mode, but maybe it was XP. It was in 9X prior to this point. Okay, so that's booting from floppy. That's ARC starting up. Okay. Run a maintenance program. Set up loader. I kind of like this. I like this color scheme. Okay. Okay. So hopefully we'll make it into the install program this time, because we've had problems here before. So that's going to start doing the dots across. So far so good. Cool. Okay, so set up Windows NT, that's fine. SCSI adapter's fine. And install a fresh copy. I wonder if I could just go here, leave it intact, and we'll just go Windows NT2. Hey, look, that saves a whole bunch of time. That saves a whole bunch of time. I will do it properly later, but we're just troubleshooting right now. Because at least now I don't have to sit there waiting for it to format. Now the question is, how many copies of Windows NT am I going to end up installing tonight? Like, this is what, the third or fourth install? I guess it would be the 3.5, because, you know, that's how it works. It is interesting just watching all the various files copy, and like, I know what that does, and I know what that does, and then you have that realization that, oh Lord, I've been doing this for too long. Okay. DDE. I do believe I saw gorillas.bas. Like, I don't think I imagined that. I am curious, though, what MSD, Microsoft Diagnostics, would say running in Windows NT DOS, but I don't know if I'm going to find out tonight. Because I honestly am starting to fall asleep here at my chair. So, yeah, no, I just saw gorillas.bas go by again, so I definitely know it's there. I just have to find it. Failing this, I think it's just going to come down to me finding a PCI network card that is supported, plug it in, and hope for the best. Okay. I mean, PowerPC did Apple did pretty well with PowerPC, but Motorola really had problems with fabbing the chips that people want to use. I mean, the G5 was both late and power hungry. Like, you couldn't make a PowerBook G5, and the PowerBook G4 drank battery life. Yeah, this is installed the spinning Rust, but it is server-grade hard drives. I believe it's 10,000 RPM drives, although maybe not that fast. So it's considerably faster than most consumer systems of this era. Okay. There's the startup chime. Alright, so now we should have two different boot menu options. Yeah, it is SCSI. It's ultra SCSI. Okay, now we have... I'm hoping that's the right one, and it's not the other one. The one that goes into the installer is the correct one. Yeah, I mean, I have a G5. I'll probably bring it to VCF, but oh boy, does that machine guzzle power. Oh. Is this the installer? Yeah, this is the installer. Okay. So now we will see. Alright, so now this is going to copy some files over. But I mean, this is just sloppy. I mean, it's about the only way I can describe the experience right now. Yeah, I think this is going to be my last attempt just because Alright, it definitely... So this will participate in a network. Start search. And then the second one I'm going to disable. Or the first one I'm going to disable. The second one I'm going to leave enabled. Continue. I'm not going to use DHCP and I'm just going to manually assign. I don't have the cable plugged in. But this is just seeing if the system crashes. Okay. So yeah, so it does have those. So IP address. What's not in use? I'll give it 70 for now. This adapter should not be used. That adapter's fine. This adapter is... You're not supposed to be using this one. This one should get from DHCP server. That's fine. Apparently I have to assign one regardless. Workstation, NetBIOS, show all protocols, show all adapters. Disable. Alright, let's see if the networking will start. Well, it didn't crash. That's probably a good sign. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm going to stretch my legs again because, wow, I'm starting to cramp it. Yeah. And then I'm going to have to move the Ethernet cable. Hold on. Do that. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh. So now it's doing pinball. Alright, yeah, this is going to be our last attempt. As soon as we do the reboot, I'm going to shut down. I'll move the Ethernet cable over. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, I'll have to find a different solution. So, fingers crossed. Either way, I'm still I'm sorry, I am actually quite tired. Either way, I am still calling this a huge victory because being able to run NT on this is huge. And a 200 megahertz machine is not bad for development, so if we have to compile a lot of software for it, it should be completely manageable. Okay, restart computer, and as soon as it starts to reboot, I'll just hit the switch and turn it off. Okay, sooner or later. Come on. You're supposed to, like, be rebooting now. Might be waiting for some sort of network thing or whatnot. Oh no, it's actually frozen. The mouse is not moving. Alright, then I will just turn it off myself. So we move the Ethernet cable from here over to the network card, the one on the PCI slot, not the onboard. I really gotta clean this system. Like, it is quite dirty back here. All right, come on, plug in. All right, I hear it click. Okay. All right, here we go. It's warming up. Yeah, I mean, there's an entire reason we have the paint drying channel, which I kind of meant as a temporary thing, but it's definitely taking on a life of its own. And we're definitely getting more and more viewers as time goes on. I probably could choose better times to stream than 2 a.m. in the morning, but the VOD will probably get quite a few views. Like, I am surprised how many people watch my VODs all the way through. Okay. I still find it amazing that we get a different boot color every time. Like, there's no rhyme or reason for this that I can tell. Okay. Alright, well, we're waiting. It started. So the question is... Well, the good sign is it hasn't crashed. So, okay, so that is, that's actually good to know. We know from the MAC address, 0207. Hold on, so which adapter is that? 020701. MAC address. Is that the IBM one or the other one? It's owned by... I think this is correct. Let me look at the history of this. I honestly don't know. Alright, hold on. Oh! Well, you know, I should have done that before because we are online. Yeah, we... Hold on, I probably don't have DNS configured. Yeah, I think we're online. Protocols... DNS... 8.8. Okay. Check that out. Alright, I'm not going to type in my password right now. But yeah, we are online. Check. I don't know what I could explore with in this version of Internet Explorer. Like... Yep, I have absolutely no idea what I could go online with. Like, I'm sitting here. You know, I could go online to a Gopher site, couldn't I? I think Floodgap is still up. What is that? I'm just trying to think of what I could actually get to with this. You know what? nethack.org probably would load. Yeah, it does actually load. Look at that. You know what? I wonder if there was an old DOS version, we could probably run it. Like, we are actually downloading a file. Look at that. Look at the little look at it go. Of course, I don't have a zip client. Like, I would have to use WinZip for Windows 16-bit. Like, that is an actual legitimate problem. I don't have a way to unzip files. Let's take a. I just want to take a bit of more look around while we're here. So, system tools. Windows NT Diagnostics. PowerPC Uniprocessor free, which means that's just a release build. Checked would be a debug build. System. The identifier is not correct. BIOS date unavailable. One processor, PowerPC. 4 megabytes, that's all correct. Oh, here we go. Drivers. Or drives. Memory. That's fine. Network. Environment. It does. I do find it interesting how the onboard Ethernet just does not seem to work. Like, I could try. You know what? We could try giving it an address. Cabinet tool cannot unzip files. So what else we gotta work with here? We've got like, we should do it for the sake of doing it. There is no audio, which is interesting. Let me see if we can fix that. Let me go to sounds. Or where would that be? Would that be under system? Maybe not. I guess under multimedia. Yeah, no playback devices. Can I add? It would, I believe it's a, I know, oh, here it is. IBM PC, PowerPC audio. It also supports the Hasboard. The IBM audio has been detected. Oh, look at that. About IBM PowerPC audio driver. Default settings. Restart now. Oh, that's neat. No, we would actually have to port an unzip program. Like, I'd have to try and get 7-zip on this thing. No device manager. This version of NT did not support plug and play. Yep. Well, in this case, the driver wasn't actually installed, so hopefully we'll be able to hear something. You may not be able to hear it. There is a full speaker in here that is hooked up to the Crystal Audio, and had I thought of it, I could have just hooked up the audio, but I don't have the cable on hand to do it. I could do it. I have to get Service Pack 2 on this system, which was the last Service Pack, and well, when did I have to make the Doom PowerPC port? Okay. Well, it's a problem that we could solve. Look, it's 5:30 in the morning my time. I'm happy with basically where we are. I just think it's wild to actually be running Windows NT on PowerPC. Like, if you didn't know that this was a PowerPC system, you would never know, except until you tried to run an Intel app. You know what? I could get FlagGen on here. Let me think about how to do that, but at this point, I could get FlagGen on here. I would just need to put it... Oh! I heard it! I heard it! That was the Windows NT startup sound. It's a little cursed hearing it come out of this machine. Alright. Pinball. DAWs and 16-bit run under NTVDM here. Yes, they do. Oh, the music doesn't work. I just have audio, sound effects. But it does play. Oh yeah, look at that. I have no MIDI sampled music. Yeah, I just don't know why I don't have MIDI control. I would think it would be emulatable. But I will say that Pinball seems to run just fine. Let's see how far we can take this. Like, I'm no pinball wizard, but I used to be quite good at this game back in the day. And there is a win condition, so to speak, and that's to get Grand Admiral. Good enough. Alright, so let's see what else we've got to look at. AT&T Mail, CompuServe, these are all BBS dial-in stuff. Inbox repair tool. So you do still have packs, and like the POSIX subsystem is present on this version. Although that would be like a massive project to get that working. The onboard audio... Actually, you're right. The onboard audio might not have any MIDI support whatsoever. Oh, not network. I wanted multimedia. MIDI. Like, can we add a MIDI device? Like, I thought... Here it is. MIDI... I thought you could add MIDI synthesizer. For when you need MIDI... I'm surprised this doesn't get installed by default. But yeah, wouldn't it just need this? Maybe not. Okay, so I don't have a Windows Sound System sound card, so cancel. If I wanted to install a printer, I could install a printer. Interesting. I don't have... Well, I do actually have an LPT port, but yeah. I'm sorry. Yep. No. Well, this is NT4. This isn't the consumer version, which is why there's no installer for it. We can do a quick game of solitaire because we've played solitaire on everything else, so I think it's fitting to play it here. Maybe we'll even get lucky, and this will be a nice, easy game. Well, I will say it's a novelty playing it on something that doesn't lag. Like, this is actually quite nice compared to some of the things we've played it on. I'll take that too. Jack, no help there. Queen, 8. No help there. That's a help. Okay, grab that. And that flips that up. No immediate help on that, but let's see. Jack. Can I do anything with that 8? No. No. Okay. Well, that helps. Grab that 9, although it doesn't do anything for me immediately. Right up until I said that, in which case I can now flip a card. Okay. Well, that did a whole bunch of things at once. That 6 doesn't help me. That 3 does. Nope. That I can use. That, not really. Seems like every time I deal that top card, it does help. And now I can flip this one. Hey, look! An ace. That actually does help. And then we can move that. I do think I'm getting better at this just because of the sheer number of games I've played. Okay. Neither of those help. No help there, no help there. Six of clubs. Problem is the chat lag is so high that by the time I think of check the chat, you're still several minutes behind me. That might be it. Let's see here. 7's here. 5. 4, I can't put anywhere. 9 does nothing for me. 6 does nothing for me. 5 spade. You can't build NetHack in the POSIX environment, but I could probably build it natively. There was a native NT port, so that shouldn't be too difficult. And yes, I did reload. Okay. 2, 4... nothing useful there. I'm just going to flip through it once. Let's see what's in here. That's always appreciated. And then we can now move that there and flip another card up. Okay. Wow, look at all the face cards. That is not super helpful. Does that 8 help me? Not really. I'll keep that there for now. 7. That does help. That really doesn't help. Come on, game. Be a little bit merciful. 2, 2, and a 4. I don't think I have much in terms of valid moves. Oh wait, I can play that 8. Hold on. 8, 7. I can't. Oh, that 6 doesn't help. No help there. That helps. Gives me another 7. Wow, I'm sorry, chat. I probably should sleep, but I really do want to get one victory because like this has been the tradition on everything else we've done. So as soon as we get that victory, I will properly call it. 2, let's see here. Black 6 helps. 9. There's probably a lot of people that get very frustrated watching me play solitaire. Like, I don't want to say YouTube blindness is a thing. Wow, there's like, no, I'm not even gonna play this deal. That was just a terrible deal. Okay, Jack. The 2, a 5. Queen, 10, and a 3. I'll pull the 3 out. 6, no help there. No help there. Okay. That helps. That actually helps. 5 goes there. Gives us a 7. 6, but it's in the wrong suit. Yeah, nothing useful. Like, these are some remarkably terrible deals. Alright, let me get that 6. That moves. Doesn't actually help me, but it will cause cards to move. 5. Gives me an 8. Gives me a 10 here. Another 2. 5. I think that's it for moves. Ooh. Alright. Try dealing another one because these are like really I'm not even gonna play that. Yo, let's change the deck because apparently this deck is cursed. We'll do the carrot. I always liked the carrot as a kid. Okay, 4, 2, gives me an 8. A lot of face cards in this one. I think I'm gonna change. I'm gonna change the deal mode if I keep having to reshuffle. Do I really not like have any valid moves? I can take that 3 and I can do that. It gives me a 10. That doesn't help me much. That still doesn't help me much. That is like remarkably terrible. Alright, so I guess we're doing that because the heart of the cards does not like me tonight. Watch, all 4 aces are going to be in here. Or not. Well, chat, it had to prove me wrong. So 2-2, that can go up there. That goes up there. Can we move you somewhere less terrible? 4, can't do anything with the 5. Actually, we can take that and we can move that like that to flip that card up. Jack. Let's see here. Alright. 3. Four. I'm probably missing like really simple moves and chat's yelling at me. Alright, let me see. Can I get a black queen? Like, do we have a black queen in here? No, but we do have a 10. I just saw it. Which gives me another queen. Do we have a jack? Yes, we do. Gives me a jack. Do we have an 8 in here I can use? Yes, we do. 7. Okay. We'll move that 9. Which gives me another 7. That doesn't help. 5. King. A 6. Which lets me do that. Yeah, I'll move this one because that's more cards. Gives me another 6. A 10. Okay. Can we do anything useful with that? I made a mistake. I should have played a different card here, but let's see what I've got to work with. I got that 9. Can I get an 8 from somewhere? Queen, I don't think there's any 8s left up here. Yeah, I think this one's unwinnable. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, the mistake I made, I saw the mistake I made with that one, so at least I learned. And that also helps get a bunch of face cards moved around before I even pop the first card. Okay. 2 doesn't help. That does. That does. Let's see here. 5, and that was moved to 4. Hey, now we've got all the aces up. That's actually, that's a first. Okay. 7, we can do something with. The 4. Alright, so now we just need to start building these down. So grab that queen. Hopefully, there we go. That gives me that. We hopefully have a black queen. Yes, we do. We'll just have to cycle the deck a few times. 8. Does that help? I'll wait until that actually does something for us. Jack. 10. Gets us the 3. Gives us a 6. 7. Not immediately useful, but I can move that there. Gives us the 3, which gives us a queen. Do we have another jack? Yes, we do. Jack. Oh. 10. Can I get a 9 down? 9. 8, 7. King, queen, flip. Gives us a 5. 4, 5. Flip that one up. Gives us a 4. Does that help? 6. Three of spades, 4 of spades, 5 of spades. Unfortunately, we don't have the 2 of spades, which is the one we really need. So that goes there. Gives us the 8. A black 8 can go there. I'll leave it there because we don't need it, and we've got all 4 kings down, so it's not that big of a deal. Where's my next black 7? It's right there. 4... 7, 5, and that lets me move the 4, which gives me the 2. 3, 4, 5. So 6, 5, 6, 7. Leaving the 4 of diamonds. That means the 3 of diamonds is right there. So how do we get that out? I need an 8. This 8 is here. That 6 can go there. Okay, now we've got it. And there we go, the first game of Solitaire being on Windows NT for PowerPC. And for once, it's fast. Nice. Alright, folks, I think we're going to call it there. I hope you all had a wonderful night. This has been your host, NCommander. If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. I will see you when I see you.